Good evening. This regular meeting of the Socorro ISD Board of Trustees will come to order, please. The date is Wednesday, April 16th, 2025. The time is 6:04, and we have a confirmed quorum. Thank you for joining us for this meeting, both in person and online via our YouTube stream. The full recording of the meeting will be available on YouTube and archived through the board website, where viewers have the option of watching the meeting with closed captions translated in multiple languages. Gracias por acompañarnos en esta reunión tanto en persona como en línea a través de nuestra transmisión de YouTube. La grabación completa de la reunión estará disponible en YouTube y se archivará a través del sitio web de la Junta, donde los espectadores tienen la opción de ver la reunión con subtítulos traducidos a varios idiomas. One of our outstanding students from America's High School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Sophomore Andres Salazar is a standout soccer player and leader on and off the field. He made a significant impact as a freshman when he was appointed captain of the America's High School varsity boys soccer team midway through his first year. His success continued into his sophomore year, during which he led the Trailblazers to their first regional championship in March. Additionally, Andre helped the team reach its first ever UIL Texas Class 5A Division I semifinal game this year. For his remarkable performance in the state soccer tournament, Andre was named to the 5A Division I Boys 2024-2025 All-Tournament Team by the Texas Association of Soccer Coaches. Not only is Andre an exceptional player, but he also serves as a role model for his teammates, excelling in both sports and academics while maintaining a 4.0 GPA. Andre, we wish you the best of luck in all your future endeavors. Please join us in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, continuing with our agenda, Interim Superintendent's comments. Mr. Vasquez, please.
Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board, and members of the community. Last week, we had a great volunteer recognition luncheon where we celebrated our outstanding Socorro ISD volunteers and honored the volunteer award winners. We certainly appreciate our awesome volunteers and for everything that they do to help our schools and our district. We have over 10,000 registered volunteers who have put in over 100,000 hours this year, so we certainly are appreciative of their efforts. I also want to thank Administrative Services for putting together such a great celebration, and to KVIA news anchor Paul Sicala, who served as the Master of Ceremonies for the event. All in all, it was a wonderful event, so thank you to everybody involved. We also are in the middle of testing season. If you all will excuse my voice here. I'd like to commend our students and teachers for working hard this year to tackle all their assessments. Thank you to the district and campus staff as well for their support and encouragement as they help our schools during testing. We're also grateful to the support of our wonderful parents and the families who are always instrumental in helping their children succeed. And speaking of student success, we'll celebrate many great achievements at Board Honors on April the 24th and on April the 30th. We have plenty of big wins in the fine arts, athletics, academics, and district contests, so we look forward to honoring more of these outstanding students then. And just a reminder, some upcoming events. This Friday, the district will be closed in observance of Good Friday. And then we have our Partners in Education recognition on April 25th at the SAC 2. And finally, our very first Support Employee of the Year ceremony will be held on May 2nd at the SAC 2 as well. And this concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Continuing then with Board of Trustee business, we have report and announcement of board member continuing education credit. As required by the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 61.1 sub J, I will announce the completed, deficient, and exceeded continuing education credits for each of our trustees. The following information is required to be reflected in the minutes of tonight's meeting and will be available for local media. No new board members were required to complete local district orientation training for the time period covered by this announcement. No new board members were required to complete post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code training for the time period covered by this announcement. The Board of Trustees are scheduled for a team building session on May 19th, 2025. The session will be facilitated by Lone Star Governance Coach Ben Mackey. Michael Naheda has completed his continuing education credit hours in Topic 1, is deficient in Topic 2. Team building is scheduled for May 19, 2025. The team building is Topic 2, and exceeded requirements in Topic 3. Cynthia Naheda has completed her continuing education credit hour requirements in Topic 1, is deficient in Topic 2. Team building scheduled for May 19, 2025, and exceeded requirements in Topic 3. Paul Guerra has completed his continuing education credit hour requirements in Topic 1, is deficient in Topic 2, team building scheduled for May 19, 2025, and exceeded requirements in Topic 3. Pablo Barrera is deficient in Topics 1, 2, and 3. Ricardo Castellano is deficient in Topics 1, 2, and 3. Alice Gardea has completed her continuing education credit hour requirements in Topic 1, is deficient in Topic 2, team building, which is scheduled for May 19, 2025, and exceeded requirements in Topic 3. Maribel Macias has completed her continuing education credit hour requirements in Topic 1, is deficient in Topic 2, team building, again, is scheduled for May 19, 2025, and exceeded requirements in Topic 3. Completing the annual required continuing education is a basic obligation and expectation of any sitting board member under State Board of Education rule. That's all I have for board member continuing education. We'll continue then with open forum. Each person who signed up was provided a copy of the open forum basic rules and advised when they signed up that policy BED applies to the process. Please respect the process during your presentation. As a reminder, each presenter is allowed 3 minutes. We will proceed to open forum. Our first speaker is Mr. Philip Lane.
Board President Nahara, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, good to see you this month. Tonight I'm asking under item 7G, your consent agenda, that the financial report for February 2025 be pulled so that more information could be provided to the board. There's a lot of detailed financial information in there, including fund balances. And I think with the current financial strain on the district, I think it's worthy of more than just consent agenda item. I think there's more information that needs to be shared. And last month, I encouraged the board to really take ownership of the internal auditor, to use the internal auditor more, to make sure that the financial information that is being presented to the board is accurate. And, you know, I'm following up on that. I know tonight, under district reports item 6C, you're going to get an update to the 2023-2024 taper. And I did file a complaint on that, as I told you, I think last month. And, you know, when I filed that complaint, it was because the district had overstated teacher salaries by about $20,000 on the salary schedule. And since that time, I got detailed information from TEA on salaries during the year. And the highest paid teacher during that particular year was reported as earning nearly $150,000. 28 teachers from Socorro ISD were reported as earning more than $100,000, and of those 28 teachers, 9 had less than 5 years experience. So I don't know why that kind of information was reported to TEA, but I do think that's the kind of information that an internal auditor can definitely take a look at and verify, was it a clerical error, you know, or was some other issue in play. So I think it's very important that the board really take ownership of the internal auditor so that you can make sure that everything is above board financially.
Our next speaker, Dr. Carmen Olivas Graham, please.
Good evening, Mr. Nájera, esteemed board members, Mr. Vasquez, and colleagues. For the record, I'm Carmen Olivas Graham, Director of Administrative Services, and I'm going to stay within my 3 minutes. So our district has evolved throughout the years and faced countless changes and challenges, but our laser focus on student success has never wavered, and we continue to excel academically with all our population of students. Much of our success as a district has been constant and due to the amazing leadership that we've enjoyed, of course, with a couple of exceptions, right? On behalf of a grateful district, we honor and present a small token of appreciation to a very special lady, Ms. Cynthia Nájera. As a dedicated trustee, Ms. Nájera has led the district through the best of times and most recently through very difficult, challenging times. And she did so with strong resolve, compassion, and the love that all of us could feel. Thank you, Ms. Nájera, and for your many years of service to the SISD community.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Nájera, Interim Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez, and members of the board. I'm just going to read what we have here on the plaque to present to you, Ms. Nájera. With our great appreciation for your unwavering dedication to Socorro ISD, thank you for the countless hours of service and love to students, parents, and staff. Administrative Services, April 2025. Thank you so much for your service to not only our policy committee, but to the entire district. We will miss you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our presentation.
Very nice. Can I make a motion to approve? I'm just
Our next speaker, Sammy Carejo, please.
Ms. Nájera, I wish you were here to be nice like you were last month. We got Mr. Nájera back. But thank you, really. Last week you actually got me off guard. I didn't even know how to speak because I was expecting the lovely Mr. Nájera. So anyway, accountability. For those of you who saw that I posted something this last couple days, and a lot of people said, it's wrong, I'm hoping I am wrong. But we need to understand, what is the situation here? We've been talking about a $2,500 incentive for employees if they decide to retire or resign. Now, I did have a SISD employee reach out to me and inform me that they had a phone call followed by text messages and emails from HR letting them know that their $2,500 was going to be through an HSA. Okay, for those who don't know, that's a healthcare savings account, which is great for some seniors, right? But if you are an employee who's not quite at that age, it's not going to be very good for you. But even if there's benefits, tax benefits or whatever, this employee felt like they were misled. And at the end of the day, what I want to make sure is, hey, are these employees getting the $2,500 that they were promised? Because if you guys saw, I posted a lot of stories from the media where it said buyouts, payouts. And if they receive anything other than that, it's not going to be pretty. You're going to have a lot of people who are going to be upset. If they were told that it was an HSA, I can almost assure you that a majority of those people would have not jumped on it. I'm not saying they would have said no, but people need to be transparent. We've had this issue for a very, very long time, okay? So I'm going to say this right now. If I am wrong, Mr. Guerra, I want you to pay attention, take notes, okay? I will admit that I'm wrong. and I will hold myself accountable. You writing? Because we're all human. We make mistakes. And like I've said before, I'm not here just to point fingers at you and say you guys are wrong. I'm here to try to make things better. So if I am wrong, I will say, you know what, the information I received was incorrect, and I'll have no problem saying I was wrong. This is the real information. Now, with the information I have now, I don't believe that's the case, but I would like to find out. Not for you guys, for the employees. I'm not a union member. I don't represent the blue, the maroon, the yellow, the pink. I represent everybody. I'm here to advocate for everybody. Now, having said that, this weekend was the candidate forum. And speaking of accountability, most of the candidates said the same thing. We need to change what we're doing. What's been happening at SISD is happening for way too long. 5 minutes?
3 minutes, sir.
I'm only speaking once. So
Correct.
I asked, did I get my 2 minutes?
No, sir, 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. It's a max of 5 minutes, Mr. Nakara.
Mr. Carejo, it's 3 minutes, maximum of 5 if you sign up for more than one item.
Mr.
So it's 3
Nakara,
minutes. Your
I am
time is up,
requesting-
sir. Please step away from the
Mr.
podium.
Nakara, last time you gave Mr. Gandara more time, did you not?
Because he was interrupted, sir, by you, if you recall. So please step away from the podium. Otherwise, you're interrupting the meeting again, and we need to continue. Please step away from the podium. It was 3 minutes, just as everybody else. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, Mr. Vasquez. Can we be sure? I believe there was an email that went out today, but I do believe that information provided was correct. And can you confirm that an email was distributed to make sure that everyone is clear? It is not a payment to the HSA?
That's correct. It had been stated previously, that employees would be receiving this on their June paycheck, and we've never heard anything about an HSA. That's not even been discussed. But that we sent out an email today for clarification that for any employee who resigned, it'll be on.
That's too much. Thank you. Our next speaker, Kimberly Griego, please. Kimberly Griego? Okay. Our next speaker, Alfredo Agüero, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alfredo Agüero, and I'm a community organizer, founder of Parent Support Group, Padres Empoderando Padres en Educación Especial. First, I want to announce that on Thursday, May 8th, we will have a fifth education workshop from 10 to 11:45 a.m. in Option High School. We also want to make requests for extension to continue our special education workshops on the 2025-2026 school year. Reading today's agenda, I see several items on interest for community, and I'm not surprised because when I was reviewing several bills from House or Representatives and the Senate, I realized the reason for some policy changes in the school district. For example, there are several bills related to discipline in public school, others related to policies and procedures regarding certain public school students with disabilities. These bills are very interesting. Bill HB 114, look for it, please. Bill SB 1137 is relating to handbook on parental rights on education and training requirements on parental rights in education for members of the Board of Trustees of a school district. Also, HB 5125 is related to measures to ensure public school transparency and accountability, including school board of trustees meeting requirements. On this bill reads, Section 11.0621, letter B, the Board of Trustees of a school district shall allow public comments in the beginning of each regular board meetings and address any issues raised during the public comments period under subdivision 2 during the same board meeting in which the issues was raised. Some bills are related to measures of ensuring safety and security in public schools, including certain trainings for school personnel and parents of certain students. Others are related to a school district student reentry into a regular education environment for alternative education programs, including parental rights related to that reentry. I read important bills that are relating about students sent to alternative education programs or the transition from alternative education programs to regular educational environmental, including parental rights related to that transition. This is why we had been asking to Dr. Carmen Olivas Graham to include us in the table of conversation of alternative education programs for students with discipline problems. This is for us to know when and who this program is going to be implemented, and also to meet the personnel in charge, like campus behavior coordinator. This may we know where to go when parents have disciplinary concerns with their children. Some of these bills mention that the district has to inform the parents or how all disciplinary action will work. Education is the passport to the future. Tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Quoted by Malcolm X. La educación es el pasaporte al futuro. El mañana es para los que se preparan para eso hoy. Citado por Malcolm X. Thank you.
Kimberly Griego.
Okay. Good evening. I'm here specifically to speak about the restructuring, consolidation, relocation, whatever we're wanting to call what's going to be happening to the special education programs in our district. Excuse me. Because the one thing that hasn't happened is that parents and families have not been formally told. A lot of them have found out at birthday parties and hallways, backroom conversations. The fact that that's gone like that is deplorable, unconscionable. I do understand that it's not up to you. That had you voted no, it would have been vetoed and still gone through anyway by the bean counters, and I am talking to them, because they have no idea the impact this is going to have on the access students, FLS and PASS being combined, collabs being reduced. While other area agencies are working hard to figure out ways to push out information regarding child find to our community, so that, because early intervention is key. What are students that are going to be coming to this school district going to do if we don't have any PPCD? I can tell you, they'll go to neighboring districts because early intervention is key. The conscionable thing is to work with parents, educators, and those that support the students to give them a transition plan to help them through this. For some of these students, this is going to mean moving to a whole different school in the final year of their elementary that they've been, their whole academic journey. We have 33.5 days left in the school year. There is no way that every single student that this is going to impact is going to be able to get an ARD to get a solid plan together. I already had mine for my son 6 weeks ago, because that's when I found out, a week after the meeting. How are we all in this together if these parents are in it alone, figuring out how to support their students? I know they're trying to reduce numbers. The numbers that I see that are going to reduce is the appetite and the weight of the children that are affected by ARFID, which affects quite a few kids on the autism spectrum. If you don't know what ARFID stands for, it stands for Avoidant Restrictive Food Intake Disorder. They're not just picky eaters. It's a sensory thing. I see the impact that this is going to have not only in the students, but the households, the negative behavior, and we're going to ask where it's going to come from. But how are we going to pivot to support these students and during this challenging time? They don't have a say in this. Something similar happened in a neighboring school district, and while the change could not be stopped for that school district, at least the conscionable thing that they did was offer transition plans. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez, I know that there are still a lot of things in transition, but this is a very at-risk population for, can we ensure that we have transition plans in place and that those are communicated?
Yes, sir, we'll take care of that.
Thank you, sir. Okay, continuing with our agenda then, we have District Report 6A, District-Wide Intruder Detection Audit Report Findings. Mr. Livermore, please. Mr. Livermore, just for clarity, we do have two more speakers. You know who you are. There's two specific agenda items, so when those agenda items come up, I will call you up, okay? Thank you. Mr. Livermore?
Yes, sir. President Nahara, board members, Superintendent Vasquez. I am Ron Livermore. I'm the Director of Emergency Management for the district. An intruder detection audit was conducted in the district by ESC Region 19. Findings will be shared with the district's School Safety Security Committee and the Board of Trustees this evening. A plan of action is in place and will be shared with the trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Livermore. Item 6B, Student Achievement Highlight.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Nahara, esteemed members of the board, Mr. Vasquez. My name is George Thomas. I'm the Director for CTE programs here at Socorro ISD, and just provide you a little information about our programs and our achievements. First is our mission. Our mission is derived from the federal government. Carl Perkins indicates what we need to do. And very beginning, it says in collaboration with business industry and post-secondary education. We do hold advisory meetings twice a year. We also, every 2 years, we hold a joint meeting with the entire population of students, parents, and business and industry personnel, post-secondary, to discuss what we offer and get input on other items, other careers we may address to support industry needs. Also, through the workforce, where they look at three things: high demand, high skill, and high wage. So those are the three things that we look at within our careers. The intent is for our students to leave our programs, or graduate from high school, with the skills to be able to enter industry with a better than living wage, or go on to post-secondary education, be successful. So currently we offer 45 different programs. We do have dual credit programs with El Paso Community College, as well as with Texas State Technical College. Those programs are programs that we weren't able to connect with EPCC. We continue to work with EPCC and TSTC to offer more opportunities for our kids. We have 1,770 students as of last Friday enrolled in our CTE programs. And the largest programs we offer are criminal justice. It has been our largest enrollment program, but it just surpassed 2 years ago our biomedical as far as endorsement seekers. And business is the third largest endorsement program. Industry certifications, that's one of our accountability measures for CTE. It is meshed with student completion of their endorsements. This year, students need to have at least 2 courses, with one at least level 2 course, and the certification for us to receive credit for them, for the CCMR. Microsoft, Adobe are two where we receive a lot of certifications, but we offer 49 different certifications for our students. So we do have more diverse programs, and we offer much more certifications than our neighboring districts for our students. Last year, seniors received 1,800 certifications, and last year we had 4,200 certifications earned by our students in grades 9 through 12. Industry partnerships are extremely important. Students to be able to go out in industry and experience work. They may have an idea of what they think they want to do, and until they get out there in industry and actually get to experience it, that seals the deal, or they start looking somewhere else. So we have really good partnerships for their health professions, auto diesel, veterinary technology. That's grown huge. We certified over 90 students in the level 1 vet tech, and over the past 2 years, we've had 2 level 2 vet tech students, and they have to receive 500 hours, internship hours for the level 1, and 1,000 hours for the level 2. So it's pretty tough for students to achieve. Computer maintenance, we do a lot of work within our district. We have 12 plus students that work in the summer to help support our one-on-one initiative, as well as service our computers over the summer, prepare them to get ready for the next year. We support that as well as the workforce. We work with the workforce. They provide some funding for our students. I think last year we had about 8 students that actually received the summer funding through the workforce development. Summer paid internships. We received the summer grant for the past 5 years from TEA. And we've been able to provide, last year, we submitted the report from last year a month ago, and we had 290 students that actually received paid employment through the summer program. CTSOs, Career and Tech Student Organizations. There's where our students receive their leadership opportunities. They also get to demonstrate their skills. I went on a trip with our Skills USA group last week. We took 94 students to Corpus Christi. We have a state champion with us today, and he'll get to introduce himself. But we offer, as you can see, a lot of opportunities for our students. And we averaged over the past 3 years, we have about 2,400 students each year that participate in CTSOs. So we have band, orchestra, choir, athletics, and CTSOs offer those same opportunities for students to compete and to develop leadership skills. So student showcase. So today we have Mr. Hansel Montalvo. He is our state champion barber. So he is the best in the state of Texas. He'll be competing in June, the end of June, in Atlanta, Georgia. And I've been assured by his teacher that we will have a national champion on our hands. So I'm going to bring Mr. Montalvo up to speak.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Hansel Montalvo, and I'm from Eldorado High School, and I go to the program in Socorro High School for barbering. And I think the program is really good. It's a good opportunity for students to achieve like the future if they want to be a barber. Because if you go to to a barber college for barbering, it's like way more money. And then here in Socorro, they offer the program, and you can get certified by your senior year, and you should be graduated with your license. Because I've been cutting for about 3 years now. I work at Culture Barbershop. I not take walk-ins, but
Appointments?
yeah, but sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
It's all good, man. You're doing good.
But yeah, I've been cutting for 3 years. I got in the program when I was a junior, and ever since then, my teacher, Nancy Mestas, has showed me a lot, and because of her, that's where I am right now. Thank you.
And he does have a business card, so he'd like to hand out
A business
before he leaves
card?
tonight. Yes,
So we can make an appointment.
yes. Or pass it on to anyone you know.
I need one right about now.
So we have a former student who went through the Diesel Tech program from Pebble Hills High School. He graduated last year, did his internship through Rush Peterbilt, and was hired on. So he just came here from work just to be able to speak and talk about his program. So we have Mr. Robles, if you'd come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Guillermo Robles. I graduated Pebble Hills High School. I attended the diesel program in Socorro High School, and it benefited a lot from the program. Entering the program, it was very, very different than just watching it on a TV show. Because I know I used to work with my dad and on trucks, but being certified to actually do it and actually go with a great company with a paid internship was honestly the best. I'm sorry. It pushes us for us to get a good start, and I feel like I had a good start. I recently came back from PTI. My company's Rush Truck Leasing, they sent me out to PTI over there in Denver. So I am back from Denver with all these certifications. But I'm sorry. But behalf of speaking for my teacher, it's a really good program.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just showcase some of our trade students. You don't have to go to college to get a good start. And what he's getting paid to go to school. And it's a 2-year program at EPCC. Great program. I think it's about $14,000 max to get your associate's degree there. Much higher if you go to Southwest and Western Tech. And they all start the same place. Only he's getting paid to go to school, and the others are paying to go to school. So 2 wonderful students. Appreciate them coming out, and I was hoping we can get a picture with them. Thank you.
Great.
Any questions? Are we continuing?
Yes. Marcine is also listed.
Okay. Oh, it's because it's on the next page. Sparks? Well, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Thomas?
Dr. Thomas, I do have questions like always. Sorry. Vente para atrás.
No, I don't do this very often.
No, you're doing great. Dr. Thomas, again, leader in our region and the state. One thing I want to highlight is with CCMR, College Career and Military Readiness, you're also helping us with the CCMR outcome bonus. Because whenever our kids are CCMR eligible, that means we get a little bit of kickback from the state. So I just want to give that kudos. Again, we're always looking at funding, and I just wanted to completely highlight that with everybody, especially as we're looking at our budget. As you're getting our students ready to go or ready for that career piece, you're also helping the district. So just to give you an opportunity to truly share our journey for Socorro ISD and the great things that you have established in the years that you've been here. So.
Yes, we've added to our programs through EPCC our P-TECH programs. So the P-TECH programs is minimal number of students. I think with the HPA down at Socorro, 60 students for the nursing program. Most of them are 25 students. They're guaranteed bonus students. So they're going to get their industry certification, and they're going to get a minimum of 9 hours, hopefully a level 1 certificate. And we're pushing for the associate's degree. So every single one of the students that are in those programs and our dual credit programs like automotive, digital design, they're all going to achieve that bonus. So it's going to be tougher though, because next year they have to have the 3 credits or 4 credits, 3 classes or more, and the certification to earn it. So working with the counseling department, making sure our kids continue and finish that pathway is extremely important. But we continue to grow. Hopefully we don't see a drop-off next year due to the increase of the accountability piece. But we're working towards it so that we can see at least it level and see it grow from that point.
Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for knowing that, the game has changed a little bit and that you're already planning on what you're going to do to make sure our students are ready to continue, and that we continue to get that CCMR bonus for Socorro ISD.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
and
you,
then
sir.
Again, it's these students is what it's all about. You see these success stories. Just this is two of many that have those successes. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas. Sorry. Look at you. I just wanted to remind everybody, more specifically, and you can confirm for me, please, that if our parents or community want more information on the CTE programs that we offer, they can go to the SISD website. They can go to departments, career and technology, and under that there is a button that says programs of study.
Yes.
And that provides a lot of information on what's offered at which campus, and I know in the coming year there may be some changes, but yet programs are not going to change. It's maybe just where we offer them, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There will be some that been on life support that we'll have to remove from our list, but very few. But we do offer a lot. We offer the transportation opportunity for the students. So as far as when you compare it with the other school districts, we're by far superior. Yeah, it's sisd.net/CTE. And we publish a book every year. Last year we started publishing the Spanish book, so we have it both English and Spanish as well. So yeah, /CTE, and you find everything about it. We just started doing some recruiting for openings that we still have after our lottery system. Our early college high schools, you can admit up to the start of their sophomore year. So we still have some opportunities there. We put out some little billboards beside some of the schools, Americas, El Dorado, Socorro, to help fill the rest of those slots that we have available. So we're hoping to be able to pull some individuals that are taking their students to some other school districts, hit the QR code and reach out. I actually got a call day before yesterday from an individual, had 2 children and IDEA, and would like to go to El Dorado because they offer the ROTC. And they offer the vet tech program there. So awesome. Hopefully we get her in, and hopefully that's just a start, of the movement of getting more of our students back.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas.
Anyone else?
No? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'll take care.
Ms. Sparks?
Hello, President Mr. Nájera, Interim Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, and members of the board. My name is Marcy Sparks. I'm the Library Services Coordinator, and my presentation is going to be a little bit different than that, and I'm going to go real fast. So library services, we align with our strategic directions. And so for priority one, when we're trying to grow and support each student, then we're looking at our TEKS and our instructional practices. So our librarians provide direct instruction to students, as well as instruction to teachers on new programs they can use, new resources, library resources. Here's some of the few that we offer. In addition to that, because we're aligned through K-12, you can see the vertical alignment of reading, which everybody thinks that's all we do, but we don't. We also do inquiry, which is what we now call research. So you can see those research alignments in all of those other areas, including the social studies skills, the RLA skills, the science and engineering practices, and then of course our technology application skills. So our librarians are supporting all of that instructional practice. Additionally, we help with laptops. So we also support our community targets. So priority 3, to serve and market to our community. So one of the things that we do is promote reading with family. So part of what I'm going to talk to you about is one of our newest initiatives. So you can see some data here to show that our kids start to lose their joy of reading as they get older. So it's even more important that we continue to reach out to families and include all of our families in the reading lives of our students. And you can see 92%, 80% of students at all ages remember very fondly of reading with their families. So we encourage that. So what we have right now is the All-In for the Love of Reading Challenge. We have challenged all of our teachers at campuses and our students to log minutes as they're reading these last 3 months of school. Here's kind of the information about it so far. We have, this number has obviously changed, but we have over 25% towards our goal of 5 million minutes. We have about 25% student participation, student and staff. So we're seeing more progress. We had our first winner for March. It was Benito Martinez, one of our smallest schools, but they have been logging their minutes. They logged over 105,000 minutes as a school, which averages out to about 5 hours per student, which is only about 15 minutes for 20 days. I'm just saying, y'all can do it. So the question now is, how can you participate? So here it is, 3 steps. You pick up a book, you read it, you log your minutes. The QR code will take you to the app to download where you can log your minutes. We highly recommend you stop in your libraries. One of the things about testing for kids is that after the test is over, there's not really a lot they can do, but reading is one of them. And so it's such a great opportunity to get them into finding a passion in a story, and it doesn't have to be fiction, it can be nonfiction. It doesn't even have to be something that is in the school, they can bring it from home. So we just want to encourage kids to read, and families to read, and our staff to read, and to log their minutes. Thank you.
Ms. Sparks. Ms. Sparks. Sorry.
Sorry, I was hoping, no.
So aside from our traditional library services where students can walk in and gain access to physical books in the library, we also have online resources as well available also, don't we?
That's correct. We have a lot of our nonfiction materials that we teach our kids how to do research with are online. We have ebooks. We have a huge group of librarians who are just obsessed with audiobooks, like who has time to sit and read, but we can listen. Audiobooks count as reading. It counts. So you can log your audiobook minutes too. So, just getting the stories, it's important. It's great for vocabulary. It builds community because we get to talk about those experiences. So we try to offer for any type of reader. So that means online or in print, however we can get them.
I love audiobooks, but it starts to play and then I fall asleep.
It matters the narrator, too.
I have to read the physical book because as it gets more intense, I start to read faster. I can't do that with an audiobook.
Yeah, well, it just depends. If you can't find time, in the car.
Yeah, there you go. So,
Anybody?
all right. Any other questions for Ms. Sparks? No? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, continuing then with 6C, update to the 2023-24 Texas Academic Performance Report.
Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board. Just want to start off by addressing this. This first came to our attention, I would say late January, as we were pulling data from the TAPER report, and we noticed that there was some inaccuracies. And we started looking to see what was the cause of this. And then, of course, it's been brought up at a couple of subsequent board meetings. And I've met with the team numerous times. We had our our finance department, technology, and HR. We met numerous times just to find out what happened. How did this happen? How is it reported? What is our current process? And what do we need to do to fix this process so that way this doesn't happen again? So we've met since February, just wrapped up our corrective action plan over the past couple of weeks, and we wanted to present this information to you, just so you can know that it has been addressed. We have reported to TEA already, and we're taking actions to not allow this to happen again. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alice Ramos and Selena Stiles.
Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board, Mr. Vasquez. We're here this evening to provide an update, as Mr. Vasquez mentioned, and we'd like to start with the timeline, just to share the timeline of how the discrepancies were identified and the steps that were taken to remediate the discrepancies. So in January, we noticed that there was a anomaly in the FTE count for the district, and that is where this all began. So we began doing some exploration and research trying to identify the root cause of the problem. That was in January. In February, we realized that that same data was impacting some salary information as well. And so throughout the months of February and March, the three departments, as Mr. Vasquez mentioned, worked together to not only identify the root cause, but to correct the data and then prepare a resubmission to the state. So because the TAPER report has already been published, that data does not get updated in the published report. However, it is reported and corrected at the state level, so that data is now correct there. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Stiles to share a little bit about more of the detail.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board, and Superintendent Mr. Vasquez. As Ms. Ramos mentioned, the FTE was kind of the first anomaly that we identified. Through our research, we were in the process of migrating to Skyward, but in that process, Munis did an upgrade. And we really didn't do much with the upgrade because we weren't going to be on it for very long. It was just kind of to maintain us through the remainder of the school year as we transitioned into Skyward. Well, with that, some data tables changed, and how the data was coming across in reporting is what impacted that. So a lot of the FTEs were being reported at less than 100%, so we were able to identify what that was, and we were able to correct that. And then also, as Ms. Ramos mentioned, the anomaly with the salary discrepancy, so it's kind of twofold. With the anomaly of the FTE, if you have a teacher making $60,500 and it's being reported that that's the salary at 75% rather than 100%, when you calculate it out to 100%, it inflates that salary a little bit. Some of the other things that we found were duplicate salary records were reported, again, because of the system upgrade with some of the date requirements that happened. So if it wasn't end dated properly, that kind of thing. So duplicate records came across, but nothing on the live ERP system with how employees were being paid or anything like that was impacted. Nobody was overpaid, nobody was underpaid. And then, as Ms. Ramos mentioned, we did meet together to provide or create that corrective action plan. So really, it was just evaluating the current systems we have in place and tweaking those a little bit, being a little bit more specific on what we're evaluating, even as simple as changing reports that we were getting from PDF format to Excel so we could cross-reference data easier. and then adding additional checks during our PEMS conference. So some of the things we were already doing, but it was just tweaking some of them to be a little more intentional with some of those anomalies that we found.
Is there more?
Any questions?
Mr. Vasquez, Stiles, Ms. Ramos, how, so I know the report was published, right? And a presentation was given. So what do we need to do now so that we make sure that the correct information is communicated? And that was in an open meeting, so we need to, make that information available in an open meeting as well. But make sure that, and I don't know what the best way to do it is, whether we leave the original report there and indicate that it's incorrect, and then post the corrected one and indicate that that's the corrected one, because, if anyone sees old numbers, they're gonna wonder where they came from. So I'm thinking it's probably best if we leave that there and somehow watermark it as incorrect or invalid or something, and then make the next one. But do we have a process yet defined on how we're going to make sure that this information is communicated?
We have begun those conversations. We have started talking about what that's going to look like. I think the first step is we're here tonight publicly to announce and to mention that we have found the discrepancies and corrected them. So we'll be working very closely with our public relations department to identify the best next steps to publish that corrected information. We don't necessarily have the same template or the way the TAPER report looks, but we could possibly just correct that data and make that data available even on our district website so that the comparison can be shown.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Have you reported this to the Commissioner's office?
Yes, sir. It was reported to the Texas Education Agency along with the updated data file.
Okay, because there are a lot of people, researchers, that use this lag data from TAPER to update. So I hope someone at the agency duly notes it on the appropriate, because when a lot of data sets get compared, they want to know what the source is, and it's typically TAPER. So I'm glad you're in contact with the Commissioner's team about that. Thank you.
And then, how do we, I guess simply asked, how do we make sure that this doesn't happen again? I know it is because of the migration from one platform to another, and I mean, that is extremely painful. I know it's assisting clients in doing so has been part of my role for the last 25 years. And so I know that the risk of it happening again is less because we're beyond that. But do we know how it happened to make sure that if we get an update, we're able to double check the information to make sure that there was no discrepancy that somehow, was created?
Yes, sir. If I may just clarify just for a quick moment, the actual discrepancy occurred with an upgrade in with the Munis ERP.
Okay.
It was not part of the transition. Because we were in the transition, the update happened in the Tyler system
Right at the end of,
towards the tail end of the migration.
right. So the upgrade to Munis happened like the last part of us being in Munis and transitioning to Skyward. So we didn't make any changes to Munis according to the upgrade. Now that we're going back to Munis, we're being very specific and very intentional with making sure that we're understanding what data fields are going to impact that PEMS reporting. It's been a very big part of all of our integration and conversations.
Okay.
And if I may add, just in addition to that, the three teams, the three departments have worked very closely to establish a corrective action plan, which includes, as Ms. Stiles mentioned, a lot of the refinement of our current practice and even looking at variance reports now. I mean, that's something that we'll be introducing in. And as Ms. Stiles mentioned, it's on all our radars now. When you have an incident like this, you're more alert. And so our radars are up and we're ready to just continue to look deeper at that data.
Right. And even just a sanity check as we create the next report, comparing it to the last one to see, do the numbers align? I mean, I expect some variation, but, just thinking about what the variation was, it seemed kind of drastic. Okay.
Yes. Question, and thank you for finding the discrepancy that occurred. Might it affected student enrollment or attendance?
No, ma'am. We did a deep dive into the data, and we are very confident that the student data was not impacted. This was strictly on the Tyler Munis ERP site.
And the
So-
finance, I'm sorry, but the finance was also, we checked that and it was reported correctly.
And just for clarity, I just want to make sure that we know what that means. So student data not affected, what were the pieces that could have been? And sorry, Mr. Vasquez, you were mentioning.
No, I'm sorry, I was just, the finance, the achievement data and the finance were fine. It was only this other information that was incorrect.
It was directly tied to the data tables that were updated, and that was how we were able to identify the data that was impacted.
And then the FTE discrepancy, it was my understanding the information posted was inflated, is that correct?
So the FTE was reduced. So
Okay.
for example, in Munis, we showed a teacher at 100%. But based on the number of hours they work a day, for some reason it was pulling it across saying, oh, it's only 75%. So when you have the base pay at 100%, but the FTE was calculating at 75%, if they ever tried to get that at 100%, it was automatically going to inflate because that was showing at a 75%, if that makes sense.
No, it does. And that way, so the FTEs technically were underrepresented because they should have been at the 1%, which
Yes,
then
ma'am.
impacted the salary. That
Correct.
instead of it being $1, then it was multiplied because it was understated on the FTE side.
That was one piece. And then the other piece was because of the new data tables that had some date ranges that were new to the new system, it also brought in some duplicate data. So that also created that.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, continuing then, we have consent agenda. We do have speakers, so I need to pull item 7C2, 7G, and 7H1G, and 7H2B. Any others?
Yes, if you could pull item 7F1.
7F1.
And then 7I. And it's all the items, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you.
Motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items 7C2, 7F1, 7G, 7H1G, 7H2A and B.
Just B.
Just B?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Thank you. 7I, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second. I have a motion made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Mr. Guerra. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. We'll continue then with the pulled items. 7C2, Charter Bus Services. I have a speaker for that, so we will call up Mr. Tommy Hill, please, sir.
So I off and on have talked about the absorbing costs that the subcontractors are charging the district, actually gouging them. If we were to use our Thomas Bell buses which will go over 700 miles on one tank of fuel, maybe we don't have to ask for up to $600,000 extra out of the general fund. See, there's so many ways that we're cutting and we're laying off teachers, but maybe if we do some of these other things, maybe we don't have to lay people off. And if you use your own drivers and some of these, not on all these trips, but on some of them. I've done a trip to Carlsbad on one of these buses, our Thomas built buses, they're diesel, went up and back and had 3/4 of a tank of fuel left. And that was consistent of 350 miles with additional driving throughout the town. So it just doesn't make any sense that we keep on pulling from the general fund and stuff like this, when on the other hand, we're cutting. Now, hopefully something that the stuff gets passed from the state, which needs to be signed by the governor now, but we still should not be hypocritical and pay top dollar here and cut down here. We can do this differently. We need to look at those figures that we are paying to these subcontractors because they're gouging the district. Look at those numbers. Thank you very much.
Motion to approve. Second.
The motion to approve made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion?
I
Mr.
do.
Vasquez?
Oh, go ahead.
You first.
Yes. The one thing that I was going to ask, I know this is maximum, meaning that we don't technically, we might not spend the money that's there. The one thing that I would ask is possibly to do an efficiency study. What can we do to actually maximize the use of our current resources? And if they could bring us a report of what can be done for cost-saving measures. And that way, you know, just for transparency, everybody knows that everybody's doing their part. And we're also supporting our employees.
Absolutely, we can take care of that.
Thank you.
My comment was going to be along the same lines. If we could just, you know, make sure that we're maximizing the use of our equipment and staff where possible, you know, to make sure that we're running as efficiently and fiscally responsible as possible. That's it. Okay, so motion by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Ms. Gardea. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The item passes. I'm going to go just a little out of order here, if that's okay, Mr. Blanco, because we do have one more speaker. I'd rather go to the speaker. And then, so I'm going to, we're going to jump to items 7H1G and 7H2B as a group, because Mr. Agüero has signed up to speak for 2 minutes. Mr. Agüero?
Good afternoon again. My name is Alfredo Agüero, and I'm a community organizer. I have questions about section H1, letter G. I was reading Bill HB 4651, and it's amend or adding some parts of this section 37.001, letter A, Education Code. I want to know if a school conduct policies could be posted somewhere accessible to all students, as stipulated in section 37001, letter A, Education Code. It reads, this part reads like this: the student's code must be posted and prominently displayed in each school campus or made available to review in the office of the campus principal. We want to suggest if it's possible to post this code somewhere in the campus. We all know that students saying want to go into the principal office for any reason. Also to elaborate meetings for parents to inform about changes in the conduct policies. About item H2, letter B, student rights and responsibilities, students and parents' complaints and grievances. A parent's rights to information regarding to provision of assistance for learning difficulties to the parent's child is provided by section 26.004, letter B, number 11, and 26.0081, letter C and D. We want to ask to you all for workshops for parents to give them the information they need to help their children. Our concerns are because parents do not know where to find these forms or how to fill a complaint. But also I have to say the parents are afraid to receive retaliation for making formal complaints. You cannot uneducate the person who has learned to read. You cannot humiliate the person who feels pride. You cannot oppress the people who are not afraid anymore. Quoted by César Chávez. No se puede deseducar a quien ha aprendido a leer. No se puede humillar a quienes sienten orgullo. No se puede oprimir a quienes ya no tienen miedo. Citado por César Chávez. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. You can answer questions related to the policies. Mr. Blanco, maybe? Okay, Mr. Blanco, so for GKA local, in reviewing the policy, the only change that we're making is that we are adding other electronic vaping devices because tobacco products and e-cigarettes are already covered to the policy, and I believe the reason we're making the change to the policy is to align with the law, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this isn't, I mean, while specifying that one particular item is new, it's against the law. And do we, I know the student code of conduct is posted on the website. I know that we have to receive or acknowledge, parents have to acknowledge that it's received. So, you know, this shouldn't be news to anyone. We're just.
I'm not familiar with the, I'm sorry, Steve Blanco, legal counsel for the district, board president Nahara. I'm not familiar with the method of delivery to the students, and I think the last speaker had that question. If it's available somewhere other than the administrative offices on the campus, that I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's available on the, so just for clarification, if I'm wrong, somebody, please correct me, but just, it hasn't been that long since my youngest graduated, and we still see them for the grandkids. I know that it is posted online, the Student Code of Conduct, and I know that every year we have to sign an acknowledged form indicating that we have had a copy made available to us.
Correct.
Okay, sounds good. I do have a question though. Is this something that we communicate to students during any type of either orientation or, you know, to make sure that, I mean, even though smoking on campus is against the law and it should be obvious, but do we remind students at any time?
Good evening, Board President Nahara, members of the board, Mr. Vasquez, Andrea Cruz, Assistant Suit for Admin Services. So yes, we have, we update our policies in our Code of Conduct every year. It is rolled out by TASB, who offers the guidance of correct legal language, et cetera, and we also have our legal counsel review that as well. As far as sharing information with the students, that is ongoing throughout the year. It happens at the campus level at the beginning of the year with students by campus administration, and we also have PR campaigns that push that information out constantly. Every opportunity that we get in our offices at the DSC, we are pushing out that information to all administrators at all times possible.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. And just, I'm sorry, Mr. Vasquez. And the Student Code of Conduct is available in English and Spanish, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, I've been meeting with Mr. Agüero and his group, and we've been discussing ways on how best to get this information out there to parents, because just because they sign and they acknowledge they read it, they haven't actually read it, honestly, right. And guilty as a parent. Although I kind of know it. But that being said, there are probably ways that we can get the word out better. So we've been talking about different ways, different presentations we can have for parents, so a way they understand, and as well as with students. So.
Great admission, Mr. Mott. Any of us who have ever bought a house know that you don't always read what you sign, and here is the our district council shaking his head, Mr. Blanco. But yeah, that's a lot of documents, a lot of paper to read before you sign. Okay, and then on the second policy, FNG, I know the only thing that we're changing there is when we can hear these grievances, and that is to ensure that there is alignment between both types of grievances that this board can hear, because previously, as it stands right now, we have to hear the grievances, or policy only allows for us to hear grievances at regular board meetings, and if the board meeting runs long, it tends to be unfair to the grievant because they have to stay until we're able to conduct a meeting in closed session, which is usually at the end. The policy is now making an update to align with the employee grievance so that both, as I said, grievance practices are identical, so that we can have a special board meeting so that we can hear the grievance at a special board meeting, and that's the only thing on the agenda, so it's at a more reasonable time for the grievant and the participants as well. Is that?
That's correct. So you previously revised the employee complaint grievance policy, DGBA, allowing for the parties, the administration and the grieving employee, to agree to a particular setting at a special meeting to avoid a long, lengthy meeting and waiting. The parent complaint policy had not been amended. Now it has been, to allow for that agreement to take place.
Great, okay. Any other questions? Okay, motion to approve? Motion, for clarity, motion to approve items 7H1G and 7H2B.
I second.
Motion made by myself, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The item passes. Okay, now we're going back to item 7F1. Ms. Macias?
Yes, I just wanted to give administration the opportunity to share how they're truly looking at different ways of still meeting the needs of students, but also finding ways to meet the needs of our budget. So I just wanted to give the opportunity for you to do that. I heard it during our finance committee, and I liked what I heard.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, Superintendent Vasquez, Alice Ramos, Chief Technology Officer. Thank you, Ms. Macias, for affording the opportunity to share some details on our DNA redesign. As you know, in the district has had a one-to-one initiative for many years. We have also ensured that we had devices available for students across all grade levels. So this last year, we've considered a redesign, and that is strictly just looking at our current in repair ratios, number of devices that are considered lost and stolen, amount of fees that have been collected. We conducted a pilot program this school year at one of our middle schools, in which instead of issuing devices to students, we issued classroom sets to teachers. And so students would not take devices home, and they would stay on campus. And then the campus initiated homework labs and lunch hour sessions for homework to be completed. And we found that pilot program to be very successful at the middle school. Currently, our break fix rate at the middle school is about 11%. So 11% of our devices that are issued out are either in repair or broken beyond repair. So we have decided to institute this one pilot program across all middle schools in the district. And then in the lower grades, pre-K, kinder, and first grade, and instead of doing a one-to-one initiative, we will be doing 8 devices per classroom, which allows the classroom teachers to still conduct their center-based learning, small group setting for students, and every student will still have a device to use during that time. In our grade bands of 3 through 5, we're going to be also keeping a no take-home policy for all grades K through 8. So the devices will remain on the campuses. And if you note, I said K through 8, we're going to continue with the take-home policy, allowing students to keep the one-to-one initiative in our high school grades, but at the K through 8 grade levels, the devices will remain on campus. And we are finding that at those schools, we have some elementary schools that instituted that this year, and their repair rate is a lot lower. So those are some of the things that we're looking at. We're looking very closely at the data, trying to make informed decisions. One of the other key changes that we'll be implementing next year is a shift in the model from a student laptop device to a Chrome OS device. So we'll be using existing inventory and converting those. If you notice, as part of the purchase, we're purchasing 6,000 licenses of Chrome OS. That's to convert existing equipment. We're not buying new hardware, we're repurposing older technology that can run the Chrome operating system. And we've done a lot of testing in the department and a lot of work closely with other departments, closely with our academics team. And so we feel it's going to be a good fit for those grade levels. We're going to be focusing only on grades 3 through 5 for that initiative. iPads will be pushed into the second grade, which is something that's different also for next year. We currently have laptops in those, but we're going to need those laptops for our incoming freshmen and also for the other grade levels due to our repair rates. But they will have access to technology using iPads, and they will be in a 12-to-1 model per classroom with 2 spares, so a total of 14 devices in every second grade classroom across the district.
Thank you. Any other questions?
My only question is, have you started sharing this information with our teachers? And if so, what kind of feedback have you received from them?
We did share the initial information with our principal advisory group, and then we shared it at our DNA leadership meetings. If I may be really transparent, our initial plan was going to be much more extreme, if you will. It was just due to the funding that we had available to us. Luckily, we worked very closely with our finance department and were able to identify some additional funds that we could leverage. So the numbers have been shifting and changing accordingly, which is why one of the reasons why we even opted to do a Chromebook. We have worked very closely with our academics team. Our campus leadership teams have been made aware. And so we're at the stage right now where we're starting to draft and develop plans for how we're going to offer training to these teachers, make sure that the transition is smooth. In the testing that we've done, and we have done some testing with some teachers and students on the assessment side. So we had some devices that we were using to test, and we sent those out to some of our campuses, working closely with some students. I think we had a total of 15, I want to say, approximately 15 students that tested, took an assessment online with the Chrome OS. It's pretty seamless. Something I failed to mention that is really important is Chromebooks have always been tied directly to the Google platform. As you know, we're a Microsoft district. So one of the more recent changes within the Chrome OS is that now you can use Microsoft credentials to authenticate. So it's going to be very transparent to the end user. It's going to look and feel very similar. Students will log on the same way that they always do. The only difference is that now they're using web apps instead of actual applications that are installed on their laptops.
I just want to make sure that our teachers have enough time. A lot of them plan during the summer, and it may affect how they plan for the school year. So I just want to make sure we give them enough time.
That is one of our top priorities as well. As I said, we've had several conversations with our academics department and our own instructional technology team. So we're developing those plans as we speak. Okay. Once we get the approval tonight and this order is placed, then we have our marching orders, and we'll definitely start working closely on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Item 7G, Mr. Solis, actually. Please. Mr. Solis, first and foremost, I want to thank you for the improvements that you've made to the layout of the financial reports. Although all the information has consistently been there, month after month after month, the improvements that you've made in the presentation of the information, I think, makes it easier to follow, easy to understand, because you take cross sections of the information. It's a lot easier to look at a page as you compare specific categories from the budget to last year to our current position, et cetera, than it is to look at a sheet of paper with 5 columns on it and try and make sense of exactly what you're looking at. So really like the improvements that we made to the report. I do believe that you had shared with us that you were going to make a financial presentation a standard part of our agenda, and I just want to confirm that I remember that correctly, so that we understand that we'll be seeing it during the board report or the board presentation or board report section, and not just on the consent agenda. Is that?
Good evening, Board President Nájera, Superintendent Vasquez, board members, David Solis, Chief Financial Officer for the district. What I mentioned at the last meeting was that I would be presenting the financial information as part of the consent agenda on an ongoing basis, and on a quarterly basis, I would be providing presentations to provide further information. So this way, every month it wouldn't be a continuous presentation, but you would still be provided with the financial information. As I also mentioned previously, this information is shared at the Finance Committee on a monthly basis, and that committee meeting is typically held a week before the regular board meeting.
Right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Solis.
And the reason why I presented last time was because this was the first time we had presented the financials in the board packet last month. So that's why I thought it would be helpful to present a presentation so that you could understand the format that would be presented in the subsequent month. So my plan is for next month to provide a financial presentation related to the financials as of March.
Right. And I know at some point, Mr. Solis, although this isn't a question for you, it's more of a comment, we are going to review the committee process. So there may be the opportunity where it's not just Finance Committee who gets the presentation, but it would be the entire board who is getting to see the entirety of the financials and ask questions. So, okay, I just wanted to be sure. I was a little off in what I had stated, so thank you for clarifying and making expectations clear on when we can see the financial report. So they will be included as part of our agenda on a monthly basis, but the presentations will come once a quarter. Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Solis?
Yes. Mr. Solis, thank you. If you'll do me a favor when you do present next month, if you could just, I know that you have the comparison from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025 for our health analysis, and it's on page 273. If you could just go in a little bit more specifically whenever you do the report. I know that's something that has come into question. And then one other thing, if you could, under the revenue piece on 279, it actually shows a deficit, or not a deficit, but a decline in revenue from our clinic. So if you could just provide a little bit of a snippet or an update with that. Those are the two things that caught my eye. Thank you.
Will do.
Any other questions? No?
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion to approve made by Mrs. Macias, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Okay, last item for the consent agenda, I believe it is 7I, the TA low attendance waivers. Ms. Macias?
Yes, I just want to give administration the opportunity just to teach everyone why it's so important to submit these waivers and just how you're being extremely prudent to try to ensure that we're encompassing and getting all revenue that we can back from the state. So if you could share a little bit about that.
Yes, thank you. Board President Nájera, good evening. Members of the board, Mr. Vasquez, Andrea Cruz, Assistant Sup for Admin Services. Items I, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The first one is a district, whether it's a district waiver, a low attendance waiver, for the date of January 8th, 25. The reason that this waiver is going to be submitted is because attendance on that day, due to weather, we had a late start, it was 10% below the previous school year. So whenever that occurs, whenever there is a day where attendance is low in that fashion and it meets the requirements that we can submit, we submit to TA so that that data is pulled out for that day. The ADA is used to calculate funding for the district, and so we have that opportunity to do so, and we most definitely take advantage of that when the situation calls for it.
Thank you for sharing that. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Mrs. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Dr. Cruz. All right. Moving on then to new business. 8A, consider approval of updates to the 2025-2026 district calendar. Dr. Starkey.
Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board, and Mr. Vasquez. I'm Adam Starkey, Director of State and Federal Programs, and I am before you tonight to respectfully ask for your approval on a couple of recommended tweaks that we have gone ahead and I'm not doing too well here. I'm sorry. You know what? This thing messed with me, messed with my mind, man. I don't know how that. I started going into things that I got no business talking about. There we go.
Yeah. Back.
See, did it again. I'm really sorry to waste your. I'm sorry I'm wasting your time. I can't get this to do what I want it to do.
Going back.
A little further back.
Third time's a charm. We got this.
Right there. Don't press it.
I got a good thing it's not too long. Hey, once again, coming before you to discuss discuss a couple of tweaks that we would like to make to our 2025-2026 district calendar. It was the first one was approved by you all last year, but there were a couple of things that we. There was one thing we did for 24-25 that we brought before you, which was an extra, say, staff development / planning day for each semester for the 24-25 school year. We didn't do that for the 25-26. We didn't ask for that at that time because we wanted to go ahead and see how that was met this year, and it's been met positively to the point that we would, for the 25-26 school year, designate October 14th, 2025 and March 24th, 2026 as additional teacher staff development planning days in the 25-26 calendar. And that's going to be identical to what we did this year with the 24-25 calendar. And then the second one that we have not done before is to update our calendar to have a district-wide closure as a spring break during the second week of spring intersession, which is March 16th through 20th, 2026. Now, with that, I am going to say that you all can decide what you'd like. I will say that in some research that we did, that in our greater metro, from Canutillo out to Clint, all the districts either have done this or they at least have it ready to go in their 25-26 district calendar as such a time. And so we have looked at doing that. And employees whose schedules would be affected by that closure are 217-day contracts, 226, which is a lot of people you see in here, most on a regular basis, and then 239. And so a survey was sent to these employees to solicit feedback on the change, and Mrs. Stiles and her team did that. That came out of Human Resources. And so those of us that work under this had the opportunity to answer. So Mrs. Stiles was gracious to provide me with the data for this presentation. Total of 508 responses were received from those employees on 217, 226, 239. 61% favored having March 16th through 20th as a set break where the district would close, like it does on the Independence Day week that we've had for years. 32% did did say that they didn't want to change it, and then 7% were do what you want to do. Okay, so we did get that. So we did get. They didn't have a preference. So we did get that feedback. The survey also included an affirmation of understanding that those of us that, if the majority voted in favor of this, that it would reduce the number of non-duty days that each would have, because then we have those set to be off. So there's only so many days in the Julian calendar, right? Okay, so it would just be like that. But we had 61% rate come back on that. On page 480 of you all's electronic board book, there is still currently in draft form pending your approval, the calendar as we're looking at it. Everything, it's there, but that's not really readable, of course. It is there with y'all. And we're keeping everything else as is, and I'll sign away my life right here saying that all of it is compliant with all state laws, HB 2610 and SB 1442 and others. Okay, so that's all I have to say, and I apologize about my strangeness with my hands and this remote control.
Questions?
I would respectfully, on behalf of us as an administration, respectfully request approval of our tweaks to our upcoming calendar, if I may.
Questions for Dr. Starkey?
Sorry.
All good.
For October 13th and 14th, the idea is that if we do staff development days, that'll decrease the number of substitutes or the times that we pull our teachers or those that are getting the staff development, correct?
That's correct, Mrs. Macias, because what will happen is if, like, let's say October 14th is like a no-touch, leave them alone. They need to have that opportunity to do all of this planning, and then it is intended to reduce those pullouts where we're paying for subs because they're not home, they're not sick, or their kids aren't sick, they're out because of those planning type things. So it's like, okay, let's get it going, and then you can like plan your second 9 weeks or whatever.
Perfect. So this is another cost-saving measure that administration has identified that would help us.
Yes, that's right. And yeah, as is like in your district, you all have that second week of intersession closure too, so you know that there's a potential for cost savings in that also. Yes, ma'am.
This is my district, but yes.
Yeah. The one where you're employed. I had several conversations with Dr. Calzada, who works for you.
I appreciate you, Dr. Starkey. Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias after that stern reminder, and seconded by Mrs. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Continuing then with...
Thanks, my district too, 22 years strong.
8B, consider approval of administrator employee contracts for the 2025-26 school year. Ms. Stiles.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and Superintendent Mr. Vasquez. I'm Selena Stiles, Chief Human Resources Officer for the district. And this evening, I will be requesting your approval of employment contracts. Administration is requesting your approval of certified and non-certified administrative employment contracts for the 25-26 school year. A list of employees was provided to you in your board packet, and the list was verified and vetted by the Department of Human Resources. At this time, administration recommends your approval of administrator employment contracts for the 25-26 school year as presented.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The item passes. Continuing with Ms. Stiles, consider approval of teacher employment contracts for the 2025-26 school year.
Yes, thank you. Administration is recommending approval of teacher employment contracts for the 25-26 school year. This includes teachers, nurses, librarians, counselors, speech-language pathologists, and educational diagnosticians. A list of employees was provided to you in your board packet. The list was verified and vetted by the Department of Human Resources. At this time, administration recommends approval of teacher employment contracts for the 25-26 school year as presented.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Gardea, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So with this agenda item, if there's any teachers that are not on there, tell me what that looks like with this cadence, and that way for transparency, everybody knows what it's gonna look like moving forward.
So our normal process is we get the bulk in, and if there's somebody that is not included on the list, whether it's a situation that's being handled through employee relations or it's part of the reduction in force, and we find a place for those individuals, that can still happen, then they will be brought back next month as additional contracts for your approval.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so motion to approve made by Mrs. Gardea, seconded by Ms. Nájera. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The item passes. Thank you, Ms. Stiles.
Thank you.
8D then, presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve initial letter of interest to participate in the Texas Business Solar Program provided by El Paso Electric Company. Ms. Fierro.
Good evening, Board President Nájera, members of the board, Mr. Vasquez. Liliana Fierro, Director of Facilities and Construction. Facilities and Construction has been exploring some options to benefit our district, particularly in the area of the electricity operations. We have met several times with representatives from El Paso Electric to discuss an exciting opportunity, their solar power program. This program offers our district access to solar energy without the need to install panels on the properties. It's a voluntary program that allows businesses and school districts to subscribe to energy generated from a dedicated solar facility in the El Paso Electric site. After meeting with Mr. Vasquez and representatives from El Paso Electric, we believe this opportunity could be highly beneficial for our district. The application for this program will be available on April 22nd. Ms. Cynthia Pina from El Paso Electric will provide a detailed presentation on this solar power program and the application process.
Hello.
Ms. Pina?
Oh,
Yes.
hi. Okay, so can everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Okay, let me share my screen. And let me pull this up. And we'll go ahead and get started. So El Paso Electric's Texas Business Solar Power Program is a brand new program that we are rolling out. El Paso Electric has very bold clean energy goals where we're committing to 80% carbon-free energy by 2035, and we're in pursuit of 100% decarbonization of our generation portfolio by 2045. What these clean energy goals have really pointed out to us is that we needed to take control of our generation and where our power comes from, and be more involved in how we're generating power, particularly clean energy and solar. So a common request that we've heard from our commercial customers is that they have their own environmental and sustainability goals to reach, and they weren't sure how to reach them. So we partnered together and we created this program, which is a voluntary solar program. So we are building almost 1,000 acres of solar in Fabens, Texas. It's called our Felina Solar Project. 50 megawatts of that entire site will be dedicated to the Texas Business Solar Power Program. And this is going to create a voluntary program for our commercial customers and our Rate 41 customers, which are the county, the city, and non-military government entities. So like government services, school districts. And this will allow these customers to subscribe to get their power from solar without having to install solar panels on their property. So we like to call it a program with shared renewables, where El Paso Electric is doing all of the work. We are already building this large solar site. It's going to be operational in September of this year. It allows businesses and commercial customers to sign up without long-term contracts and be able to select some of their power to come from solar. It's a flexible way for customers to reach renewable goals without having to install solar panels, and there is no upfront costs. So another thing that we really love about this program is that all of it's local. The Felina solar site is in far east El Paso County. It's in Fabens, Texas. Through this program, we've created about 220 local jobs for building the actual site. As I said, the site covers about 1,000 acres, which is approximately 777 football fields of solar. This program is also cost effective for customers who are interested in solar but don't want to pay the upfront capital costs of installing solar panels on their properties, of having to maintain them, of having to worry if they move, what are they going to do with the infrastructure costs of repairing the roofs. This covers all of those things with allowing customers a flexible option to reach sustainability goals. So that being said, in talking with Liliana and some other representatives from the school district, we did some bill impacts for the business solar program on a few examples. One would be Eastlake High School. So we used the high school's actual 2024 energy consumption and their actual bill charges. And then through that, we calculated what amount of solar they would need to subscribe to reach a minimum amount to be able to say that they're offsetting approximately 100% of their energy usage with solar. So that would be an additional charge of $7,994.97 per month. But then through this program, you're also provided credits, and the credits are based off of generation credits and fuel credits. So basically, the credits that El Paso Electric are saving by not having to run those traditional generating units to serve these customers, we give back to the customers in the program. So one of the examples, for example, for Eastlake High School, we did it for the entire year of 2024, and it shows a net savings of about $10,000. We also did the same study for Pebble Hills High School, which shows an actual savings of $44,000. So I want to be perfectly transparent. The reason that we created this program was not to save money. What we did was we created this program to help customers reach their sustainability goals and their environmental goals. And that was a primary reason for this project. Now, because of fuel costs and because of the generation credits that customers are getting back, through these examples, we have seen customers saving money, but we want to be completely transparent that was not the original purpose of this project, and we cannot guarantee savings, but through our estimates of how much the solar site is going to actually produce and the amount of generation credits, which are fixed, we are showing savings in multiple scenarios. So again, the Pebble Hills High School scenario shows a net cost savings of $44,000 annually in your electricity bills. And then we did the school district's main office building on Rojas, which shows an annual savings of $34,000. So the credits, which are the fuel credits and the generation credits, are fixed. This program was approved by the Public Utility Commission of Texas in January of this year. And so those credits are done, they're set in stone, they're public information on our website. And I've also shared the tariffs and the customer agreements with representatives from the school district so that this analysis can be done individually as well. So as Liliana stated, this program has been in the works for many years. We actually started working on this program in 2022, and the program actually goes live next week on Tuesday, which is April 22nd, which is also Earth Day. And the solar site goes live in September of this year, 2025. So we are very proud to say that our first utility-owned large-scale solar project is both on budget and on time. And so we're excited to roll this program out next week. Again, the applications go live next Tuesday. They are non-binding. What we have discussed currently are letters of interest. So what that means is commercial customers who are interested in the program sign these non-binding LOIs, And what that means is just that El Paso Electric keeps them updated as to when the program will be rolled out. Now, a lot of these customers have had LOI signed since 2022, but this is an exciting opportunity considering that the program is going live next week. The contract options for the programs are 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years. And then once an energy subscription is finalized, the customer would sign a service agreement for entrance into the program with EPE. The program will produce renewable energy credits. Now, depending on the term that the customer selects, if it's a 1-year term contract, EPE will keep the RECs or renewable energy credits. And so for customers who are interested in doing this for a longer term, the 5 or the 10-year term are typically customers who have either nationwide or global ESG goals that they're trying to hit. And so them keeping their own RECs is incredibly important to them, which again is another reason that we created this program. And so with that, I will open it up for questions.
Questions for Ms. Pina?
Yes, just a question. Thank you for the presentation. If at any time our net cost savings are at a deficit or those environmental credits go away, you know, how can we cancel? I know you have the 1 year, 5 year, 10 years. What does that look like?
Sure. So when you say the savings are in a deficit, you mean if you're not saving money?
Correct. Or if we're not breaking even, meaning that it's going to be more costly for us to go solar versus what we're traditionally doing.
Absolutely. So let me pull this back up because I want to show something. So, so one thing that we want to show is a lot of this is based, the credits are based on the production of the solar facility. So just to be perfectly clear, there will be months, for example, the winter months, when the solar site is not producing as much as the credits. So you can see, for example, on these sample bills, in this example, January, February, October, November, December, you will be paying a premium for entrance into the program. So we want to be clear that customers understand that. And a lot of customers, obviously, it makes sense that in the summer, the solar panels are producing more than they would be in the winter. But we just want to be completely transparent about that because where you see the net impact is over the course of a year because you take into account the summer months, which coincidentally also coincide when your bills are higher because that's also when everybody's running their ACs and that's typically when the peak charges increase. So they kind of coincide, but in the instance that a customer wants to leave the program, they have a few options. One, the program is transferable. So you could transfer it to another account or another commercial customer without paying any penalties. Or two, you could completely cancel the program. You have 60 days. So if you sign up for an annual subscription, you have 60 days to give us notice before it automatically renews with no penalty.
Thank you.
And yeah, absolutely. And I just want to say again, so this program was approved by the Public Utility Commission. So the tariff and the customer agreement, which outline all of the terms and the credits and everything along the program are publicly available and they cannot be changed.
Ms. Pina,
Yeah.
on the Teams meeting with you is Gilbert Rivera. Is he with you?
Yes, he's one of our key accounts representatives.
Okay, just
So
since he is on the meeting, Mr. Rivera, would you please introduce yourself so that everybody knows who you are, sir?
Well, good evening. Like Cynthia was saying, I am the key account representative for key accounts in the El Paso electric service territory.
Okay, thank you.
So a lot of this has to do with, review of accounts and things of that sort.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pina, so this is a letter of intent, right, or a letter of interest? Which one is it?
Yes. Yeah. So a letter of interest.
Letter of
so
interest.
I can pull it up if.
Well,
unless you
no,
have it
just,
ready.
so there's a letter of interest. You said the application process opens when?
April 22nd.
April
April 22nd.
April 22nd, okay. And how soon, if we apply, because I expect that our legal would probably have to review the contract as well before it comes to us. So
Absolutely.
what is the duration of that application process? How long is it open?
Until the program is fully subscribed. And even after the program's fully subscribed, what we're going to do is add customers to the wait list. So the way that we've designed it currently and the way that we agreed in the settlement agreement for the filing is we are opening the application up to all commercial customers at the same time so that it's a fair shot for anybody who's interested. And then we're going to do it on a first come, first served basis. So the application is going to be very similar to the letter of interest that you see, which is incredibly high level and non-binding. Now, what all that does is that gets you a spot in our queue, and then you will tell us the account numbers that you would be interested in potentially signing up. It's non-binding until an actual legal agreement is signed. So that gets a spot in the queue for us to do some analysis, whether it's the accounts that we've already covered, the Eastlake, Pebble Hills, and the main office, or if there's additional accounts or different accounts, that would get the school district a spot in our queue, and then someone from our key accounts team, which would be Gilbert's team, would reach out to do an analysis and to be able to go through the bill impacts and to let you know how much you're eligible to subscribe up to and what those costs would be and what we estimate the impacts to the bill would be. And then from that point, if the customer wants to move forward and signs an agreement, then they become actual subscribers to the program.
Okay, so there is, this is a limited availability, right? So if this is something that we want to move forward with, there is a sense of urgency on our side, because if we are interested, we would rather be part of the program than be placed on the waiting list to be part of the program, right?
Yes. So I am obviously optimistic. The interest that we've had from our commercial customers has been really great to hear. A lot of the interest has been from, again, the larger corporations that have either nationwide or global ESG goals. So I think Socorro would be the first school district to potentially sign up, which would be incredibly exciting. But right now, the majority of the interest are from the really large corporations that have footprints here. But yes, there's a limited capacity for the program. Now, if the program is true success, we are considering potentially expanding it depending on how long it takes to fully subscribe it. So the great thing about this program is the cost for a subscription is $10.52 per kW, which is a kilowatt, which is a measure of how much energy you're using. That price is fixed, and that $10.52 will never change. In our filing with the PUCT, we have said that $10.52 will not change. And that $10.52 covers everything from acquiring the land to the procurement of the solar panels to the maintenance of the solar facility for the next 35 years. It's all encompassing. Now, if we increase the program, the only way that subscription charge can go is down, and that is for all subscribers, new and existing. So El Paso Electric based it off of our current community solar program, which is for residential customers. When we rolled out the program in 2017, the cost was $70 per kW. We just tripled the size of it recently, and we dropped the cost for all subscribers, new and existing, from 17 to 15, and we're able to provide a discount to low-income subscribers if they want to subscribe for solar. And El Paso Electric pays 100% of that discount, and we also guarantee that no other rate classes are impacted. So our business community solar, business solar power program is based off the same format as that community solar, where the subscription charge can never go up.
So, I think in that you just answered one of my other questions, that $10.52 rate is locked whether we sign a 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, and I heard you say it was for 35 years, but you know, we're at 1, 5, and 10, so if we
Yeah.
were to sign any of those agreements, that rate could not change, or would not change for the
It will
term,
not
right?
change.
Okay,
The only way it will change is if we expand the program
down.
and the price goes down.
right, okay,
And that's for everybody who subscribes. And so the 35-year is the life of the solar facility. So when we calculated the total cost of building it and maintaining it, we bundled that entire cost for the life of the facility, and we're recovering it through the $10.52.
and so this allows us to benefit us as the district, to benefit from solar energy without having to invest in solar panels and then the associated cost with maintaining those, in addition to, you know, creating or having to pay for the infrastructure to interface and all, and be able to capitalize on that energy, right?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
I know the intent of the program was not to, you know, cut customer expenses, but it's certainly one aspect that I found very positive. I, you know, like seeing that difference. Is there any chance that those credits will go away during, say, if we were to sign
No.
a 10-year? No? Okay.
No, they can't. They're part, and those are included in the tariff, which is the actual rate structure for the program, which again is public and on our website, and also filed with the Public Utility Commission and approved by the Public Utility Commission. So basically, the way that we generated those credits is we said for anybody who is subscribed to this program, we calculated by getting that amount of power from solar for that subscription, the amount of natural gas that we don't have to buy to run our traditional generating facilities, we're crediting back to you. Other generating costs to run our traditional generating facilities that you're not using, we're crediting back to you. So that's how those credits were calculated.
I believe at one point, school districts had a separate rate category, and that was changed, and we didn't have a say in that. Is that rate category that is identified on the slide, rate category 25, is that part of the agreement that also cannot change, the category that we are put in?
The category that I believe you're speaking about is rate 41. And
Well, I think-
the accounts, all of the accounts that we did the analysis for just happened to be in rates 24 and 25, which are commercial accounts. So the account that a lot of school districts happen to be in that has been grandfathered is rate 41.
Okay,
But
but this
in
one says
any-
rate 25 on the slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
The school district has so many accounts. You have accounts in 24, 25, 41, and I'm not sure what other rate classes, but based on the size of the facility, you have accounts in multiple rate classes.
okay, but this rate class would not change. That would be part of the agreement, right?
This tariff cannot change, no. So this program tariff does not change.
Blanco?
Yeah, Steve Blanco, legal counsel for the district. So the rate 41 classification applies to the older facilities that Socorro has and other public entities. This agreement regarding the solar does not change El Paso Electric's, my understanding, efforts to maintain or eliminate the rate 41 classification. That's ongoing.
Right.
It's a separate agreement, separate settlement, and there's currently litigation over that. We've not yet entered it, but
Okay.
it exists.
And I think my question just directly is, because of my exposure to the rate 41 discussion, I see that El Paso Electric has the ability to change our rate category. I don't know what else to call it, right? And so if we sign this agreement, is the rate category that we're signing to for these facilities right here as part of this program, are we going to stay in that rate, or does El Paso Electric have the ability to change it at some point?
So my understanding of the proposal for this is you enter this program by facility. They will analyze it by facility. You will sign agreements related to that for whatever period of time you're locked into, and you stay there. I don't know, and I imagine that El Paso Electric, once, if you approve a letter of interest, can do the calculation for the older facilities, and I don't know how that's going to work out, where you're receiving rate 41 rates, because those are lower than rate 24 and rate 25. It may or may not be a cost saving for those facilities, and maybe you don't enter them. Maybe you say, okay, we're not going to use this sort of agreement, but you can, unless I'm wrong,
Pina.
They can choose which facilities to enter under this agreement. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. And so you stay in the rate class that you're in.
Okay.
So this is like supplemental to your bill. So you will still see your entire bill.
Yeah.
You will see your bill. Let's say your bill is $1,000 for the month. You will still see your total bill in your rate class, $1,000. Then underneath it, you will see a line item that will say business solar subscription charge. Then underneath that, you will see business solar credits. And then underneath that will be the net impact, which will be your net bill.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely.
Any other questions?
If I can just add, we've just preliminarily discussed this with our team, and the thought would be maybe look at some of our higher use facilities like our high schools if we were to enter into this agreement. But, you know, it's for your approval.
Mr. Solis? Do you see benefits to the program?
Good evening, David Solis, Chief Financial Officer again. I do see some benefits to it. I think more analysis needs to be done. Obviously, they've seen just three of our accounts. We have many more accounts, so I think it is something to explore. It is something relatively new, as she mentioned. No other school district has entered into this agreement, but I think given how much sun and solar there is in our area, it is worth exploring and looking at those high-use facilities to see if potentially we could be a little bit greener, but also have a cost savings too. And it always helps to have a fixed-in rate. So,
okay. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the initial letter of interest?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the item passes. Thank you, Ms. Fierro.
Thank you.
Ms. Pina and Mr. Rivera.
Thank you.
All right, we continue then with executive session. The meeting is to be closed for discussion with legal counsel, to receive intruder detection audit report findings for a district campus, and to discuss personnel and real estate matters under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.076. The time is 8:12, and the date is Wednesday, April 16, 2025.
bright, successful future. Want to be a health professional? Once a bulldog, always a bulldog. Want to design skyscrapers? There's an empire for that. Have you heard the early bird gets the worm? Well, that's why they fear the falcons. We don't just rise. This is Sparta. We earn our horns and trailblaze and overcome to be the first and the best. I know. It sounds extra, but it's just our flex. For over 60 years, Socorro ISD has set its sights on our future with vision, innovation, investing, building, and planning to prepare us for the real world. These are our opportunities, and we will seize them.
Socorro ISD registration opens March 3rd for kinder through 12th grade. Enroll in a district known for exceptional academics, award-winning fine arts and athletic programs, and cutting-edge facilities. Our groundbreaking academies and career programs provide excellent learning opportunities. Out-of-district transfer applications are now open. Don't wait. Secure your child's spot today and seize your opportunity in Timas ISD.
Socorro ISD offers 45 different pathways in CTE. We have added PTECs, Pathways in Technology Early College High Schools. We have 7 advanced academies, and we also, throughout the district, offer 7 early college high school opportunities for our students. So a lot of choices students have to make while in 8th grade so that they have a pleasant experience while in high school.
My favorite part of HPA is the fact that we get like opportunities to go outside of school and go into hospitals, so we can actually get that hands-on and like actually view what is actually happening in the hospitals and clinicals. Since I'm interested in being an RN, I got to talk to actual RNs about their experience, where they're from. We went to UMC, we went to Providence. I also got to do middle schools and elementaries. It really helps you like build that understanding of how everybody's different, and you have to understand and like care to their needs.
Because it is really a dream that if I was a kid, I would have never believed that I was doing all this stuff that I was doing in the program. They make me feel like family. There's a sense that I don't get in any other setting. When I'm at school, I don't feel like I'm at school. I feel like I'm doing something that I want to, and the day goes by quick, super quick. And it just gives that sense of well-being and family, and it really is a dream, because I would have never thought I would be in the position that I'm in.
The students can select up to 3 different programs or academies that they would like to attend, and through the lottery process, they're placed in those different academies or early college high schools that they choose. We've had over 80% first selection offered for our students.
The Libertas Academy is a law and government program where students can learn how to be lawmakers, law officials, learn about the government, how it was brought up, and basically prepare us for the future in some sort of government professional field. My parents and I, we actually thought it was a really amazing opportunity, even as a high school student starting your freshman year, that you get to start learning about these career fields, and that you get to really experience it firsthand, and you get to learn about these careers that you want to go into and get a step ahead of everybody else. It was just, we had to take it. It was an amazing opportunity.
The Academy provides a really unique experience because it offers students the rigor of not only college, but also like kind of a taste of law school, which is really unique. It's something that we really don't have anywhere nearby. So I think that it's really, really cool that it provides that educational opportunity, but also it provides that community. A lot of people think that we're just all business, that we don't have fun, but we really have become like a family. I really have found some amazing friends, amazing professors.
It's taken a huge investment, not only in equipment, facilities, but also in maintaining our teachers' credentials, getting them training, keeping them up to date with current standards. Socorro has always been known as a progressive district. By what we offer our kids supersedes most other school districts across the state. And I have great confidence that we'll continue to progress with what's leaving our schools.
So our dual language program consists of two different types of models. We have the 90-10, which is for pre-K students, and this is where the students are in a classroom with one teacher. Depending on their first language, they're gonna get 90% of the instruction in English, 10% in Spanish, or vice versa, 90% in Spanish, 10% in English. And then we have our 50-50 model, and this starts from kinder all the way to 5th grade, and this is where the students have two teachers where they're learning both languages, English and Spanish, 50 and 50% of the time, depending on the taught subject and language.
The dual language program is so much more than just learning to speak in another language. They learn how to read, how to write, and they learn about the other culture and how to appreciate it, and they become very successful.
In order for the students to become bilingual and biliterate, they need to make sure that they are consistent with the program at least 5 years. Once the student completes 5 full years in the dual language program, then they can qualify for a Spanish high school credit that they take with them when they're in middle school.
I think it's important to learn English and Spanish so people can feel happy that you can communicate them in Spanish or English. So when I'm older, and they ask me questions in Spanish, I can answer them in Spanish and English.
We are growing our students in a very competitive global society where dualism is extremely important in any type of business that you go into, not just into education. The students, we're preparing them to be global, competitive citizens of society, and having that dualism in their pocket is really going to open doors for them.
El conocimiento que adquieren se refleja no nada más académicamente, sino también culturalmente, socialmente. Ellos aprenden de culturas diferentes, aprenden a convivir con personas que son diferentes a ellos, y luego yo pienso que eso también los ayuda a sentirse aceptados, aceptar a otros, y es un programa bien bonito, a mí me encanta.
Pues yo me siento feliz porque son los lenguajes. Van a tener dos maestras, van a aprender 2 lenguajes y van a tener muchos amigos que hablan español e inglés.
I can say that SISD is truly the district that offers many opportunities for our students, and I vouch that dual language is not just opening doors for our students to become bilingual and biliterate, but it's opening doors for their future.
Socorro ISD makes learning innovative. We fly drones, we take center stage, we take care of the environment, and we learn to take care of our health and become lifelong learners. Our new elementary academies offer unique programs to inspire, challenge, and prepare us for success. Register now at SISD.net and seize your opportunity in Team SISD.
The Socorro Independent School District is committed to helping all students find their voice and achieve their highest potential. We understand the important role that families play in our children's education, and we welcome you, our military-connected families, to Team SISD. With 46 schools designated Purple Star campuses by the Texas Education Agency, the most of any school district in the El Paso region, Team SISD is committed to supporting the unique needs of military-connected students and their families through a variety of resources and services. These include a comprehensive website for military families, a campus transition program, multiple special events, military family life counselors, and a military liaison at each of our 51 campuses who all reach out and serve our military-connected families. Team SISD stays in close contact with our Fort Bliss counterparts to access and share information, ideas, and trainings to provide the best education for our 6,500 plus military-connected students. To assist with the social and emotional needs of our students, we maximize support services by engaging with our school counselors, including our military and family life counselor, and local agencies such as NAMI, the YWCA, Child Guidance Center, local daycare providers, and the Paso del Norte and Meadows Family Leadership Council. We value and greatly appreciate the sacrifice our military parents make for our country, our community, and our children. We salute you and we are delighted to have the opportunity to serve you and your family in our district. Thank you for being part of our district and helping us ensure that Team SISD is the right choice for endless opportunities. Hello and welcome to SISD TV News, where we deliver the latest news about the Socorro Independent School District. In our top story, earlier this fall semester, student councils from across the El Paso region gathered for their annual Fall District 9 Conference at Socorro High School with the theme Lead with Light. The purpose of District 9 is to develop leadership abilities in students and advisors, promote democracy as a way of life, and establish and uphold high standards for local school councils.
Being able to host it as a Socorro high school is an amazing accomplishment, not just for our school and our district, but for El Paso in general. It gets our name out to the TSAC. It's just so fun to have. Then we have a fall and spring one, and it gets us ready for our winter retreat that we go in December.
One of the fun things they really enjoy is roll call, which is just having their names called out, and they usually do some kind of chant. They practice it, they get really into it. There's also a component of name tags. We have a contest where we take the theme for the year.
Today really brought a lot more excitement to student council and kind of people to have somewhere where they can connect with a lot, especially with our speaker, Ricky Ramirez. I feel like he had a lot of touch to whatever he was speaking, and everything. I felt almost like he had a lot of heart with it. A lot of excitement was brought in with different sort of activities and things like that. But really, I felt really excited to be able to be there and be able to lead everybody with kind of my own way of leading, and being able to see other people excited to finally be here, be supportive of everybody else. And I just feel like it really made such community with everyone.
Eastlake High School administrators and staff held a special ceremony to celebrate head girls basketball coach Marley Webb, who achieved a major milestone with her 500th career win. Coach Webb reached this achievement when the Falcons defeated Mountain View High School in the title game of the Horizon Basketball Tournament.
It's awesome. I mean, it's a milestone that I don't think you ever think you're going to get to when you start coaching, but it's really fun when you finally achieve it. And I've been very blessed, and it's been a fun moment. The impact that they have had on me has been tremendous. I don't have kids myself, so they are my children, and I don't get to talk to them all every single day or all every year, but I can give you the memories, I can give you the thing, and it's meant the world to me, It creeps up for sure, and I think once it got to 400 wins, I'm like, hey, I might be able to get to 500, and I was blessed to do that.
It's a big accomplishment, and we know we could go for more. Congrats, Coach.
Eastlake High School volleyball students signed their letters of intent to play at the collegiate level.
I'm excited, starting a new journey of my life, signing to a wonderful school and a wonderful program, and I'm just excited to see all my friends and take lots of pictures. It was a pretty hard journey. I felt like I started late, especially in the recruitment process, but honestly, everything just turned out so perfectly. Just being able to stand here, it was kind of just a hard moment for me to honestly realize I was able to do this whole thing and just make my own dreams come true.
Well, I'm so excited for this new journey. I'm so excited to sign, knowing that this was a goal I've been working towards, and I'm finally here reaching it, so I'm really excited.
Socorro ISD hosted its middle school science fair at Socorro High School. More than 400 students presented their projects in various categories, including physical science, life science, and engineering.
Science is very important. It's part of our everyday lives, right? But it doesn't only show them what science does or how science relates to their life. It teaches them important skills, organizational skills. They go through the scientific process, which is a process that could be used throughout life, all around in any area of life.
My parents let me come and do this stuff from school. They let me be in band, they let me do science fair. They took their time off today to bring me here. I'm just really grateful. My teacher helped me, everyone helped me. It's just so really nice.
It's really awesome to be here because it kind of shows that all the work I put in really let me advance the district, and the amount of trials that I took to create this project.
It's fun. It's a fun way to go against other schools and other teams and other people.
6 Montwood High School students signed their letters of intent to play at the collegiate level. Brooke Gill and Mia Tellez are both softball players who will be playing at Frank Phillips College in Borger, Texas.
I'm feeling pretty excited. I'm feeling nervous. You know, this is a big next chapter into my life. So I'm just hoping I'm successful at what I do and everything, and I'm just gonna put my trust in God.
Jacob Gomez is a baseball player and will be playing at Arkansas Tech University in Russellville, Arkansas. Isaley Salazar is a softball player that will be playing at Western New Mexico University in Silver City, New Mexico. Simone Pompa, a volleyball player, will take her game to the next level at Vernon College in Vernon, Texas. Trinity Munoz is a softball player that will play at the University of California at Riverside in Riverside, California.
It was definitely all worth it. I worked really hard to get to where I am today. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears. So I'm very thankful in God that I could be here today signing.
Socorro ISD celebrated early college high school students for their achievement of earning an associate degree while still in high school. Each early college program honored their fall 2024 college graduates by awarding them stoles signifying their achievement.
Well, I want to be a teacher. I've always seen I grew up with my family in education, so that was always really a big step for me, seeing how awesome they were to help inspire students.
When I actually first got into it, I wasn't so sure that it was what I wanted to do, but being in this program allowed me to actually explore all the careers in there and actually, I guess, dip my toes into what law is. And I love it. I'm so grateful for this program. I'm so grateful for this district to actually allow me to achieve these goals. And I really hope that they apply to me in my future life. And yeah, I'm just forever grateful.
It feels amazing. It feels truly, I'm truly blessed and truly graced with this opportunity. Being able to graduate early is something I actually didn't think I could do when I first joined the program until later on. And then I realized that if I wanted to do this and I wanted to graduate early, I needed to put in the work, put in the effort. So that's what I did.
I know that I saved myself a lot of money because I did see my dad struggle when in my younger years. It took a long time for him to finish his associates, and I know that taking this opportunity will help me financially in future years. And not to mention, I could do a lot of careers with this associate's degree and the other degrees I will obtain.
That's our show for today. I hope you've enjoyed learning about the latest in the Socorro Independent School District. Make sure to follow us on X with the handle @Socorro ISD. Also be sure to friend us on Facebook, subscribe to our YouTube channel, Team SISD, and visit our website. Thank you again, and see you next time.
Distrito de Socorro, aprender es innovador. Volamos drones, tomamos el centro de escenario, cuidamos nuestro medio ambiente y aprendemos a cuidar nuestra salud para ser mejores aprendices de por vida. Las academias de primaria de SISD ofrecen programas únicos para inspirarnos, desafiarnos y prepararnos para el éxito. Regístrate ahora y aprovecha tu oportunidad en el equipo SISD.
Hello, and and welcome to SISD TV News, where we deliver the latest news about the Socorro Independent School District. In our top story, the Pebble Hills Feeder Librarians hosted a Literacy Lunada night at Pebble Hills High School. The event featured student performances, book giveaways, night sky activities, and much more.
It's a chance to showcase our libraries and what we do. This is a part of our community outreach to bring our community in and showcase all the things that we have to offer.
I hope to see more activities like this, you know, especially at the high school level, because he gets really excited when, you know, he gets to come to the big kids school. So I appreciate that.
SISD first and second grade gifted and talented students enjoyed a day of fun and educational activities at the Technology Services Center. Students visited different stations where they learned about the physics of flight and used arts and crafts to build bottle rockets, paper airplanes, and parasails.
I think it just gives them that chance to come and be with kids who are like-minded, who also are a little quirky, a little bit out-of-the-box thinkers in their classroom. They may be a singleton, or there may be a couple of them, but this is 40 of their closest GT friends who are able to think that way together, and they build on each other, and they get to really just have a day of brain freedom.
We get to do a bunch of fun stuff, and I get to do stuff with my friends.
Vista del Sol Environmental Academy hosted a turkey trot for students. The event allowed students and families to walk or run through the course together.
It's important just because the kids get to see their parents exercising and they see that it's a fun thing. It's a lifetime skill that they can have, not just with their family now, but families in the future that they have. So it's just good to get everybody out and active, especially in the cold season.
I think it's great. I think it should not just be you know, once a year kind of thing. It should be at least once a month that they give us the opportunity, or different, maybe different time frames, you know, for different parents, different jobs or whatnot. But I think it's a great thing that the district is doing.
America's High School introduced Roberto Garcia as their new head wrestling coach.
I'm feeling very excited. Just having the whole community, the whole student body out here supporting me in this new adventure that I got. I'm super proud of being in such a great school with such great students, and I'm just excited to see what we can do together.
Team SISD hosted a military family night mixer at El Dorado High School, where attendees got to meet campus administrators, see various performances by students, and meet other service members. Attendees were also able to meet with support services and school military liaisons at booths to gain valuable information and build connections.
The connection it continues to grow in the SISD and Fort Bliss community. Fort Bliss is one of the largest training installations in the country on the CONUS of the continental United States. So building that bond, we have 268 military-connected families on El Dorado campus by itself. Some of our other campuses have more. However, we continue to build that bond with our military-connected family by providing programs that are accessible to our military-connected kids.
I think it's really nice. I think the district does a really good job interacting with the parents, the community, and it's not only the service member. The family does a great deal of sacrifice. Most of the times it's the mothers, but nowadays fathers too, and children do a lot of sacrifices for the military, and it's nice to be recognized.
Socorro ISD honored veterans with ceremonies across the district for Veterans Day. Students, teachers, staff, and the community all united to honor the men and women who served our country.
Veterans do so much for us. They fight for our country. For the rights that we have and the privileges that we have come from our veterans. It is a privilege and an honor to be in school, to actually have an education when they know the meaning behind Veterans Day. and they own it, it makes it very special. We have veteran families, so their service, all of that is very important to us. And so we thank our veterans for all they do.
We start at the pre-K level with making sure and having everyone know the importance of the services provided to our country, the dedication, the time spent for our families. It is a devotion, it is their time, but also the impact that it plays on the families that are left behind as their service members are gone. We have a united group of parents that come together here at our school and in our district to provide support for the entire family.
I didn't serve to get any recognition. I didn't serve thinking of what my kids might want in the future. And it feels very beautiful to know that they're proud.
That's our show for today. I hope you've enjoyed learning about the latest in the Socorro Independent School District. Make sure to follow us on X with the handle @Socorro ISD. Also be sure to friend us on Facebook, subscribe to our YouTube channel, Team SISD, and visit our website. Thank you again, and see you next time. Padres del Paso, estudiantes nuevos y actuales ya se pueden inscribir en el Distrito de Socorro para prekinder a último año. El equipo SISD ofrece un aprendizaje práctico e innovador donde sus pequeños estudiantes crezcan en su trayectoria académica. Únase a nuestras academias académicas de primer nivel, programas deportivos, bellas artes y educación profesional y técnica. Regístrese en línea y aprovecha tu oportunidad en el equipo SISD. This past year has tested us in ways we've never imagined. From navigating uncertainty to overcoming challenges, each of us has played a crucial role in keeping our community strong and resilient. Through it all, one thing has remained clear: our commitment to our students' success. As we reflect on the challenges we faced, we recognize the strength of our unity and the power of being all in. Being all in means more than just showing up. It means giving our best every day, supporting each other, and fostering an environment where every student can thrive. It's about going the extra mile, finding solutions together, and lifting each other up during difficult times. Those who are all in inspire others. They show us what's possible when we refuse to settle for mediocrity. They remind us that greatness lies not in the outcome, but in the journey. The journey of pushing boundaries, overcoming setbacks, and becoming stronger with every step. So as we face the new school year, remember this: life rewards those who are willing to give it their all. Whether you're pursuing a dream, facing a challenge, or simply striving to be the best, choose to be all in. Because when you are all in, you're a champion for all of us. Students, employees, parents, and families. We are all in for Team ISD.
Socorro Independent School District has more than 48,000 students and 51 campuses, but we're not just a number. Here, we're cared for, we're loved, we belong. Team ISD is a true Texas public school district that gives us unforgettable memories, traditions, experiences, and the opportunities we need to have a bright, successful future. Want to be a health professional? Once a bulldog, always a bulldog. Want to design skyscrapers? There's an empire for that. Have you heard the early bird gets the worm? Well, that's why they fear the falcons. We don't just rise. This is Sparta. We earn our horns and trailblaze and overcome to be the first and the best. I know. It sounds extra, but it's just our flex. For over 60 years, Socorro ISD has set its sights on our future with vision, innovation, investing, building, and planning to prepare us for the real world. These are our opportunities, and we will seize them.
Socorro ISD registration opens March 3rd for kinder through 12th grade. Enroll in a district known for exceptional academics, award-winning fine arts and athletic programs, and cutting-edge facilities. Our groundbreaking academies and career programs provide excellent learning opportunities. Out-of-district transfer applications are now open. Don't wait. Secure your child's spot today and seize your opportunity in Team ISD.
Socorro ISD offers 45 different pathways in CTE. We have added PTECs, Pathways in Technology Early College High Schools. We have 7 advanced academies, and we also, throughout the district, offer 7 early college high school opportunities for our students. So a lot of choices students have to make while in 8th grade so that they have a pleasant experience while in high school.
My favorite part of HPA is the fact that we get opportunities to go outside of school and go into hospitals, so we can actually get that hands-on and actually view what is actually happening in the hospitals and clinicals. Since I'm interested in being an RN, I got to talk to actual RNs about their experience, where they're from. We went to UMC, we went to Providence. I also got to do middle schools and elementaries. It really helps you build that understanding of how everybody's different, and you have to understand and care to their needs.
Because it is really a dream that
If I was a kid, I would have never believed that I was doing all this stuff that I was doing in the program. They make me feel like family. There's a sense that I don't get in any other setting. When I'm at school, I don't feel like I'm at school. I feel like I'm doing something that I want to, and the day goes by quick, super quick. And it just gives that sense of well-being and family, and it really is a dream, because I would have never thought I would be in the position that I'm in.
The students can select up to 3 different programs or academies that they would like to attend. And through the lottery process, they're placed in those different academies or early college high schools that they choose. We've had over 80% first selection offered for our students.
The Libertas Academy is a law and government program where students can learn how to be lawmakers, law officials, learn about the government, how it was brought up, and basically prepare us for the future in some sort of government professional field. My parents and I, we actually thought it was a really amazing opportunity, even as a high school student starting your freshman year, that you get to start learning about these career fields and that you get to really experience it firsthand, and you get to learn about these careers that you want to go into and get a step ahead of everybody else. It was just, we had to take it. It was an amazing opportunity.
The Academy provides a really unique experience because it offers students the rigor of not only college, but also like kind of a taste of law school, which is really unique. It's something that we really don't have anywhere nearby. So I think that it's really, really cool that it provides that educational opportunity, but also it provides that community. A lot of people think that we're just all business, that we don't have fun, but we really have become like a family. I really have found some amazing friends, amazing professors.
It's taken a huge investment, not only in equipment, facilities, but also in maintaining our teachers' credentials, getting them training, keeping them up to date with current standards. Socorro has always been known as a progressive district. By what we offer our kids supersedes most other school districts across the state. And I have great confidence that we'll continue to progress with what's leaving our schools.
So our dual language program consists of 2 different types of models. We have the 90-10, which is for pre-K students, and this is where the students are in a classroom with 1 teacher. Depending on their first language, they're going to get 90% of the instruction in English, 10% in Spanish, or vice versa, 90% in Spanish, 10% in English. And then we have our 50-50 model, and this starts from kinder all the way to 5th grade, and this is where the students have 2 teachers where they're learning both languages, English and Spanish, 50 and 50% of the time, depending on the taught subject and language.
The dual language program is so much more than just learning to speak in another language. They learn how to read, how to write, and they learn about the other culture and how to appreciate it, and they become very successful.
In order for the students to become bilingual and biliterate, they need to make sure that they are consistent with the program at least 5 years. Once the student completes 5 full years in the dual language program, then they can qualify for a Spanish high school credit that they take with them when they're in middle school.
I think it's important to learn English and Spanish so people can feel happy that you can communicate them in Spanish or English. So when I'm older, and they ask me questions in Spanish, I can answer them in Spanish and English.
We are growing our students in a very competitive global society where dualism is extremely important in any type of business that you go into, not just into education. The students, we're preparing them to be global, competitive citizens of society, and having that dualism in their pocket is really going to open doors for them.
El conocimiento que adquieren se refleja no nada más académicamente, sino también culturalmente, socialmente. Ellos aprenden de culturas diferentes, aprenden a convivir con personas que son diferentes a ellos, y luego yo pienso que eso también los ayuda a sentirse aceptados, aceptar a otros, y es un programa bien bonito, a mí me encanta.
Pues yo me siento feliz porque son los lenguajes. Van a tener dos maestras, van a aprender 2 lenguajes y van a tener muchos amigos que hablan español e inglés.
I can say that SISD is truly the district that offers many opportunities for our students, and I vouch that dual language is not just opening doors for our students to become bilingual and biliterate, but it's opening doors for their future.
Socorro ISD makes learning innovative. We fly drones, we take center stage, we take care of the environment, and we learn to take care of our health and become lifelong learners. Our new elementary academies offer unique programs to inspire, challenge, and prepare us for success. Register now at SISD.net and seize your opportunity in Team SISD.
The Socorro Independent School District is committed to helping all students find their voice and achieve their highest potential. We understand the important role that families play in our children's education, and we welcome you, our military-connected families, to Team SISD. With 46 schools designated Purple Star campuses by the Texas Education Agency, the most of any school district in the El Paso region, Team SISD is committed to supporting the unique needs of military-connected students and their families through a variety of resources and services. These include a comprehensive website for military families, a campus transition program, multiple special events, military family life counselors, and a military liaison at each of our 51 campuses who all reach out and serve our military-connected families. Team SISD stays in close contact with our Fort Bliss counterparts to access and share information, ideas, and trainings to provide the best education for our 6,500 plus military-connected students. To assist with the social and emotional needs of our students, we maximize support services by engaging with our school counselors, including our military and family life counselor, and local agencies such as NAMI, the YWCA, Child Guidance Center, local daycare providers, and the Paso del Norte and Meadows Family Leadership Council. We value and greatly appreciate the sacrifice our military parents make for our country, our community, and our children. We salute you, and we are delighted to have the opportunity to serve you and your family in our district. Thank you for being part of our district.
We're back from executive session. The date is Wednesday, April 16th, 2025. The time is 9:01, and we have a confirmed quorum still. Continuing with our agenda, we're going to go into closed session to hear appeal of a level 3 grievance. Closed meeting is a closed meeting to hear the appeal of the level 3 policy FNG decision and the parent complaint of YG under Texas Government Code sections 551.074 and 551.071. Time and date? Time and date? Okay. The time is now 9:02 p.m. and the date is Wednesday, April 16, 2025. We're back from executive session. The time is 10:02 p.m. The date is still Wednesday, April 16, 2025, and we have a confirmed quorum. We'll continue with discussion and possible action to address the parent complaint of YG under policy FNG. Sir.
Yes, we just came back from executive session related to this matter. The board could take action, could take the following actions. It could take no action, it could affirm the matter, or it could reverse and address the matter in particularity with regard to its decision.
Motion to take no action?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Mr. Guerra. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the item passes, no action. There being no further business before this board is adjourned at 10:03 on Wednesday, April 16th, 2025.